Hello, my Dignity and cheerleaders. How is everybody doing today? Yeah, well, I am in the bowels of editing hell, and Dante could not have written a better world for me to be in. I'm just saying, it's like, icy flames, icy flames, all on the sides of my face. But luckily, we don't have to do this alone because there's a Megan here.
Hello.
There's a Laura. And there's a cat walking home.
Hi.
Oh my goodness. So, I don't know if anybody noticed, but it's not doing it. No, none of them are doing it. Okay. I did the thing. I did the thing that we talked about. I did the thing. I am going to probably share a version of it to Instagram because, hey, I did a thing. Why not, do that thing too? And then, I don't know. I'm in a place today, y'all. So, existential crisis averted, kind of ish. Like, I'm not as bad as Camus. Like, I realized that, I'm a real person, but so you don't have to worry about me ramming into a tree because, what does it say about you when you're curious if you exist or not, and you drive your car into a tree and then you die? Is that the universe saying no, you didn't exist in the first place? I don't quite. So many questions come out of Camus' life, but I'm doing okay. It's just the darkness is ever around me. So, as I am wont to do, I'm going to grab that darkness. I'm going to turn it into a blade, and I'm going to cut the hell out of this book and hopefully make it into a better one. What are the rest of y'all doing? Let me know in the chatty chat. And for those on screen who can safely answer the question without getting hit by a car, let me know.
Well, I'm working on a little speech for later this month, so that's what I'm going to be working on. I might work on my outline a little bit. Just depends on my mood. We'll see where the inspiration takes me.
I feel that. I totally told myself, I'm just going to go off of inspiration tonight. And then I was just like, honey, you're sitting in the darkness. There is no inspiration tonight. Pick a thing and do that. You're right. I love my boss, but they are a nightmare to work for. I'm just saying. Yeah. And for those who never get the joke, because there's always at least two people, I'm my own boss. Sorry, every time I make that joke, I do get a DM or an email from somebody saying, well, why don't you just find a better job then? Working on it.
I'm home.
Working on it. Yay!
Woo!
So, Laura, what are you up to tonight?
Well, I'm making sure my renders are going through the farm and waiting to see if they actually update the look dev before the weekend, because there's a hope and a prayer that they might. So there's eyeballs on this creature, and the membranes aren't we need help with the membranes on the eyeballs. So we'll see if we get membranes before the weekend.
Okay, so I know I'm a child of the 90s, but I may have just gotten a certain song with B-Real making really funny sounds in the back of my head every time I hear the word membranes.
Hi!
Because these membranes go insane. But I'm fine with it. And Kat, I see that you are in the darkness where I am. Or at least darkness adjacent. Are you conversable? I'm going to take that as a no. Alrighty. We'll get back to Kat in just a moment with the cute little doggy. I was a cute little doggy.
Oh.
He's so tiny.
Don't worry. Okay, for anybody who hears my dog complaining today, the hubby bought a new cooler chest for the restaurant so he could take stuff to catering, and there's no room at the restaurant for it, so it's out on our deck right now, and the dog is not having it. She is very unhappy about it, and I don't know what she expects me to do about it, but my answer is nothing. So she's very, very unhappy about this. So should you hear in the That's my sweet little cutie pup. So, hello, Carrie. You still at work? Feel that in so many ways. Hello, Eva. How are you doing? Hello, Diana and the cute Alexander. Happy Friday indeed. I want to say I'm looking forward to the weekend, but I accidentally created a schedule for my Saturday that I'm going to try not to keep. Because I knew I had a stream today, but I wasn't thinking like it was Friday because my week has been all kinds of messed up. And so like I have like a fully scheduled tomorrow, and that's supposed to be my day off. So we will see which side of me wins. Probably not the Frosty side because my boss is a bicka. Hello, Chandra. How are you doing today?
Chandra!
And Cat's Shadow. Yes. That's how you know she's the super cat, because she's like looking down on the city for its protection. It's on flashback. You're working on scheduling and planning and lists and things of that nature. I am all about lists. Crossing things off of them, not so much, but I'm all about making lists. Like, knowing what I'm not doing is very important to my process. Hi, Maggie. How are you doing? I hope the winds are fine. I hope the family is fine. I hope everything's going well. No, don't ban Eva. Stupid StreamYard. Okay. Well, it's right in the middle is the hide. For anybody who's not used StreamYard, right in the middle is the hide button. And if you click it just right, it goes, "Oh, are you moderating them?" And like just pops up the moderation features. And like, no, that's not what I wanted. No, I would never moderate Eva. Eva's too awful. So you finally got the Mr. Start date. So I'm about to go. Ooh, that is. Gotta get. Yeah. Get your ish together. Yeah. I feel this on so many levels. Not talking about them on stream, but yes. Hi, Jules. I understand that you're probably not going to be in the chat much today because you publicly gave yourself a deadline. Ha 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 ha.
I already met my May 15th deadline. It's submitted to an anthology.
Woo!
Yeah.
Not that I'm really making fun of you. It's just this is a technique that I often do for myself and end up in crunch time like you are. So I feel this, but I'm kind of enjoying not being the one who is in the crunch time right now. Like I have things what I need to get done, but I never said when the story's coming out. So I could just do's it. But I hope you get to where you want to be with that. Hello, Catty Cat. I don't know why I put it like that. I'm sorry. I'm. Maybe I need to moderate me today. Maybe that needs to be the thing. So, where was I?
Doggo!
Looking through this week in the planner, and then I don't know what I want to work on after that. I have so much I want to work on after that, but that's my problem. Is I start the day I start editing is the day all of the ideas come out to play, and so now it's just fending them off with a sword long enough to get this finished and actually done.
What, sir?
Glasgow is grounded for another week at least because so no cinema, no bowling, no swimming, etc. I feel I'm sorry,
We're
but
still in lockdown here.
I wish anyone in my state took things seriously. Like I'm not even going to speak for the whole country. Like our governor has declared that the whole pandemic is over. Like it's completely over, and no one is eligible for any of the relief payments anymore.
So
Bye.
is ours. Ours just did that today.
And I'm just like,
I think they said July is when it's gonna be, like, restrictions will be lifted.
and we didn't even really have restrictions to begin with. Like, he kind of just said, I don't know, whatever the health department says at the very beginning. And then when the health departments actually did things, he was just like, oh no, the health department doesn't know what it's talking about. Let me tell you, there's nothing going on. Like, it was totally like Orwellian media. Like, I don't know what people are talking about. There's nothing going on. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. And I'm just like,
everything is awesome.
yes, Pacifica has always been at war with Atlantica. Yes, yes, yes. Tell me more. Tell me more. I remember this book. It was fun. Planted
Yay!
2 trees and one of your flowers this morning. That is awesome. We desperately need to figure out how. We forgot to trim our roses back because we just didn't have energy for life last year. So we forgot to trim the roses back. And this year, when they decided to grow, like, we do not have a front entrance to our house anymore. It's kind of fitting because I love Maleficent, but it's kind of like that scene at the end of Sleeping Beauty, where Maleficent's just like, I don't know, wall of thorns. And part of me is kind of okay with that because I don't have to worry about like randos knocking on my door. But also, like, sometimes we have to leave the house. So we're trying to come up with a plan that doesn't involve a machete and a blowtorch.
It's called tunneling.
I have peppers.
Peppers.
Well, one of the things I bought at the store, y'all missed me shopping, but they didn't. I bought some. Really? Really?
I'm sorry. He definitely wants like the full attention. So why not? Let's just yes.
He thinks he's a pirate parrot.
He's a parrot dog.
That is one of my favorite things about small dogs.
But I bought veggie dip that is like I can eat it because it's onion free.
Ooh, that's awesome.
So, and it's also the same kind as the dressing I get.
Nice.
That like very few places around here get it. So it's always like incredible when like I go to Daily Deals and
What am I doing? I mean, this is so much more entertaining than anything that I can do right now. So, yeah, there we go.
but like I've gone to Daily Deals several times and they've had that. Sir, you almost hurt yourself.
Oh.
Oh
I
my
love the
God.
bravery of small dogs. I'm just saying, like, there's a certain amount of just reckless abandon that I miss
Goodbye.
from my youth. I'll give you a moment to like recollect yourself on that. Let's see. Give yourself a deadline and dawdle. Surprise, surprise. Apparently, my brain needs panic. You know, okay. I used to think I worked best under pressure. The fact is, I work best when I take things seriously. And that's a very fine line in your psyche to like figure out exactly what one means over the other, what the difference is between being very intentional about your actions as opposed to stressing about them. Because once I started the CBD, it became extremely difficult for me to have stress, which I'm very grateful for because anxiety problems. So learning how to operate intentionally was really tricksy. So what I would, my personal private advice on this is realize as a writer, almost every deadline is BS unless somebody is giving you a check at the end of the day. Because
Or you're giving them a check.
Right. Because if money is if the literal passing of dollars is a part of this, then you got to be punctual or you're not going to get called back to do that job again. But if the stakes aren't that high, just realize creativity comes at the speed that it does and do not shame yourself. well, I'm sure Becca has learned this because like every time she talks, I like see all of my anxieties on screen, and I'm just like, oh, I relate so strongly to, to like all of her like, yes, but you will get finished when you get finished. The most important thing is the small milestones are the best for creativity. Of when do you want this chapter done? When do you want this outline done? The bigger ones are easier to procrastinate because, well, it's so far away, right? So telling myself when I want to have all 420 some thousand words of this series I'm working on written, that's a mythical number that will never matter to me because it's going to be into the future in a way that I can just say that will eventually happen. Telling myself I need to get this number of chapters in this amount of time, that is a doable and manageable plan. And if it's not, you can learn what you can accomplish in that amount of time and start setting your goals more appropriately. At least that's how I'm managing my internal mess right now. I'm sorry, I'll get down off my soapbox. Can you tell I'm thinking a lot about deadlines lately? It's just spilling out of me. Let's see. You're also on the bus of struggles. Haven't really slept for the last 3 nights.
Oh no.
Oh.
I feel this. Again, I do not get paid by them. I use the wind downs in the Headspace app every night when I lay down. And I like actually doing their sleep stories because they just like you pick one and it basically tells you a story as you're falling asleep, but it always starts with a wind down exercise. And so it gives my brain something to focus on other than the random evil thoughts that are in my head trying to stress me awake. Maybe I think the Calm app also has those in it. And a couple other there are several other places that you can find those. Audible, if you have an Audible account, and I believe you do, they actually set some up for free. My personal favorite one is Tony Shalhoub actually reads physics papers to you as his character from the Marvelous Mrs. Maisel.
Oh.
So you get the wonderful voice of Tony Shalhoub boring you to sleep.
I love that.
So, and they put them up for free. I don't know if they're still free, but they were free to people with an Audible members account. So I think it was audible.com/sleep, I think was where they put them. So definitely look that up. They did a bunch of them, but that was my favorite because I love Tony Shalhoub and I love the Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, and him reading physics papers to make me fall asleep. It doesn't really work because I'm really into physics, but I'll take it anyway. Like, so good.
Such a brilliant marketing idea.
And I cannot remember the name of his channel, but it's linked from his second channel, but it's linked from his main channel. Sir Spooks, if you like spooky stories, does spooky bedtime stories on his second channel to help you fall asleep by. So if you like his really, really cute voice, which is really, really cute, he does do a spooky story to fall asleep to channel. So
Nice.
just go to Sir Spooks on YouTube, and it's his second channel is linked from there. I just can't remember the name of it right now. I think we all feel like that.
Oh, I watched the video that you sent, Charlie, of the guy running for mayor.
The guy from Calgary.
Yeah. My goodness.
If that was the least problematic thing that he had done, like, If anybody's curious, there's a video on the Creaky Blinders channel that is one of the candidates running for mayor of Calgary getting arrested for punching a security guard after allegedly stealing something from a Costco. And he live streamed the whole thing because it was meant to be an anti-mask protest. And they wouldn't let him into the store because he wasn't wearing a mask. So he just grabbed a thing, threw a wad of cash at them, and ran. And
It was soap. He was buying bars of Irish Spring soap.
Yeah, that's right. It was. Needed that soap.
$3 worth of soap.
And one, it makes me feel better knowing that our country isn't the only one with crazy. But two, I love watching angry Welsh people yell at people. I find it cathartic. It's an entire genre on the YouTubes, and I appreciate it. It really appreciates it. It makes me happy. So definitely check it out if you want. Quickie does that for a lot of different things. I actually found him because I love anti-flat Earth videos, and he does a lot of those too. And the videos he does with his son are just precious. Precious in that way that two angry people in a room together just being like really snarky is precious. Like it's a very special, like rarefied kind of precious, but precious to me nonetheless.
I love that the website I'm using for my groceries actually understood yogurt because I didn't put an O in it. I put a P on accident. And it still popped up yogurt. And I'm just like, thank you for understanding me.
Hello, Allie. How are you doing? Are you still working on your outline for your thing? I missed your stream yesterday because I was at the Bunny Cafe. I forgot the first word. Stream where we were very snarky about houses, and it was fun, and I loved it.
That was so much fun.
It was fun.
If you missed it, I highly recommend that you go to Kat's Twitch channel and watch the VOD because, oh my goodness, when it just turns into like let's roast houses, like the reading room was opened and it was so much fun. It was just. I did not realize how much I would enjoy that, but
that was very cathartic for me.
Same.
Mind you, afterwards, I just I was up until 1:30 in the morning looking at houses for me to actually rent. Because I'm like, I need to find a place to live. I was also looking for jobs.
And if nothing else, you need to find the weird demon house with the pipe organ in the living room and all the purple carpets. And the weird seafoam toilets, and all the decisions that were made in the decor of that house. Like,
I could. It's like a 20-minute bus ride, and I could go to that actual house. I could go to the house. Like it's a 20-minute bus ride from me.
Let's see. As a consumer of freelance artists and small businesses, that is why, promptness matters. But again, if you're just on your own schedule, do what is best for you. Learn your limits.
Sure, Eva. Sure.
Eva, what color is the floor in your house? Do you have
basement finished or unfinished?
Do you have iridescent wallpaper in your bathroom?
Is your basement orange?
What was the deal with the entire pea soup green room? Like the floor, the walls, and the ceiling were all so the hubby and I were talking about it last night because I just couldn't help but obsess over the weird pea soup green room. And what we came to is they overheard the idea that the guests on a show stay in the green room, and they took that very literally, and that was literally their guest room. Because it was the green room. All the green.
I hope it wasn't hot and humid in there so you're floating in pea soup.
It looked like you were in pea soup green. Why? So basically, you're just trying to convince us that you're not a character in Laura's reverse cannibal story, which I'm fine with, but sure, I will believe you. Yeah, definitely check that out. There are quite a few sleep aids on there. They actually have a whole wellness section, and most of them they were initially just free for members, and I think they moved them over into the Audible Plus catalog, so they should still be free for members. But yeah, they're very helpful. More outlining today.
Exploded.
Yeah, you got to check it out. It is. It's too good. It is just too good.
Just dirt floors. Ooh.
Yeah, we talked about that too. We actually had an entire debate over what makes a good murder basement in a way that hopefully all of our FBI handlers are used to the fact that we're writers by now. Hopefully they understand, because if not, we're going to get some visits. That's all I'm going to say.
Basements are just so weird to me because I grew up in the coast of California. There were no basements.
Yeah. No basements in California.
Huh.
Can confirm.
You just hit water.
So, let's see. You know, when you're clicking all the wrong buttons, because that's what you do, it's kind of your trademark by now. There you go.
It's a skill.
I thought we could do the princess.
Ooh, princesses.
It did 4, and I told it to do 6. So there we go.
Dark hair.
Orange.
Dress.
I swear, I'm just gonna go colorblind. I'm just out of
I'm
like
doing it for Chandra. Orange.
just in a clear revolt against the world. I'm just gonna like stop seeing color. Like it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Spirit animal. Alrighty. We're going to do some sprints. I'm going to try to get some editing done because Lord knows it. This book needs it. I'm going to do the one.
Egos.
I have Mickey shaped Egos in my freezer.
That sounds good.
Ooh.
I was going to do the one with the purple dress on the top, but there's something about that striped dress at the bottom with the orange hair.
Yeah, so you're going with orange too?
Yeah, there's something about that striped dress. It's just calling to me. I don't
I don't know. The purple dress has sparkles on it.
It's the cup of stars.
I just remember what it is. It looks like there was this strawberry shortcake thing that you used to be able to get at the Lincoln Diner in Gettysburg, and because of the way they had like this. The top of it was whipped cream, and it was strawberry whipped cream and like this strawberry jam that came out in this kind of like dome on the top. The way they did it, and it's reminding me of those colors and making me really want a strawberry shortcake. Probably what it is. Dang it, we have no strawberries. All right. Let's get started before I ramble some more. We are going to be doing this for 20 minutes. And remember, if you don't feel like getting any work done, that's perfectly all right. That's perfectly fine. Because self-care is productivity for writers. Make sure that you have your documents open. Make sure that you have them saved. Make sure you have something to hydrate with. We are going to get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And he's so cute. It was the one in the golden dress. That's unexpected. That was unexpected. They changed the animation. Sorry, I'm lost. She's got there's little hearts coming out between her and the unicorn.
Oh,
Because she actually jumped on the unicorn's back now instead of just like hugging it. And
yeah.
there's a heart coming off of
Oh,
off of I guess the wand now. I'm not sure, but
bless you.
allergies, they're fun. Oh my. Alrighty. So click. Why is my I was not sneezing the whole time we were in the sprint, and now all I want to do is sneeze. All I want to do. Like, why you do this to me, face? Like, we were fine. We were friends. Anyway, so Laura had to go. She's got a fun schedule for this evening. Sorry, my phone's going off. They actually caught one of the people that this morning. They caught the guy this morning who decided to just randomly shoot 4 people in town.
Oh my goodness.
They don't know exactly why yet, but that's why my phone's going off, is all the news alerts like, they got him. And I'm like, yay, but
I see Tessa in the chat.
Where are we killing each other? What did you say?
Tessa's in the chat.
Oh, Tessa's in the chat. Yay.
Hi, Tessa.
There you are. Yay. I can imagine. Not used to moving around. Yeah. Huge pile of paperwork to work through and phone calls. Yeah, I can only imagine. But I'm glad that you're out. I'm hoping that you're feeling better, and I hope that this is the last bad thing that's gonna happen for a while, because you, like so many of us, have had it rain down, and done with it. So I implemented Chapter 1 rescue plan to the best of my ability, and I'm kind of at the point where I'm considering it fine until I send it to Rose City to edit, because I told her when I send it to her, I don't know what editing services I need. Like, I think I know what ones I want, but I'm going to trust y'all to, like, when you see the first chapter, if you're like, oh honey, this is so janky, like you need all of them, I will trust you on that, because I really want this story to be as good as I can get it. So that's kind of my goal right now, because I realized, like, why am I agonizing over this? I'm literally hiring editors to help me figure out if what I'm doing is good or not. So, like, I'm going to get it to a point where, like, I'm not embarrassed for them to see it. And then if I have to go through developmental rounds with them, I will have to accept that when it gets there. But yeah. Like, the whole point of hiring and editors to help with this is that I don't have to stress over whether or not my feels are 100% right. So, yay. I think that's a healthy way to think about this. I don't know, but it's the one that's getting me through. So that's what matters at this point, at least in my head. Let's see, where are we in the chat? Well, before we even get to that, sorry, I got so distracted because Tessa got here and I got all excited. How did y'all do?
I did pretty good. I think I'm working through my feelings about this upcoming anniversary on the paper, it seems like. So every version of this little speech that I've started has been completely different from the other versions. So I think this version, though, is going to be it's close to getting to where I want it to be. So I think we're getting there, hopefully.
That's good. figuring out ways to say things, especially when you want them to matter, is like the hardest thing in the world to do, because I know I'm that person that puts way too much pressure on myself about everything. Like, what if I misspeak? And it's like, it proves that I'm human. And honestly, that's not a bad thing right now. Like, yes, I will take proof that I am the human. So, Egos?
I did order those. I finished my grocery order, and I remembered that I had some cucumber in the fridge that needed to be used anyway. So I had that with the dip stuff. It's actually cucumber dip.
Oh, nice.
It's Greek yogurt cucumber dip. And
Nice.
then I had a grilled cheese that was made with all of the cheeses I bought.
Nice.
Because I got 3 different
It looks
cheeses.
so. I was like, oh.
It was very cheesy. So
All of the cheese.
and
I'm
ne-
here for all of the cheese.
and I think I'm gonna start actually entering in my Samsung Health thing what I eat. One, because that will help me know what I've eaten. To track that I've eaten. And also to lose some weight. That'd be nice to know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't need to lose a ton. I just need to lose enough that my pants are no longer tight.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like, I love having like completely like ruined so many aspects of my brain with various things over the years, because I'm just like, yeah, I really want to do that, but having had given myself an eating disorder at several points, it's like I notice like I'm going to get healthy, and then those bad unhealthy thoughts start creeping in. It's just like, I'm going to have to be better. No, no. It's like, thank you, past me, for like making future me have to go through so many like fields of landmines to accomplish even the most basic of tasks.
With all the research that has shown that diets and stuff don't work, I'm just like, I just don't care anymore.
It's not so
Let it be what
much.
it's gonna be.
I'm not so much dieting as like, one, it'll help me figure out what I am eating. If I have to like actually enter it, it's like, hey, did you eat anything, this morning at all? Or like, how much sugar have you consumed? Like, because there are certain foods that once I actually go through it, I will realize, oh, these ones help me stay more energized, or these ones like...
Yeah.
The hubby actually lost quite a bit of weight when I finally talked him into starting to have breakfast. Because one, skipping meals tells your body that you're in a starvation state and thus should store resources for later. So that doesn't help with the management of weight. And two, when he would finally sit down for lunch, he would be so hungry that he would have these giant lunches. And it's, learning the tricks that work for you. Like for me, I found that I work better as a grazer. Like I don't do meals well. So like a little bit here and a little bit there, like really tiny portions spread out works best for me.
So if I eat a smaller meal, so like I had a grilled cheese and that like cucumber, whatever, and that was probably like a cup of cucumber with the stuff added to it. And eating that, like something that size, 2 to 3 times, and then having one big meal in the day does really good for me. Because I was at some points, I would make food and it should have fed 4 people. And I was eating it all because I was so hungry because I hadn't eaten that day. Or I had also forgotten to eat the previous night. So, like, I was just ravenous at times.
And I will say the one thing that saved me is, one, I'm obsessed with Japanese cuisine and culture. And so we keep white, red, and black miso in the fridge at all times because you never know when you're going to need it. And it is a very like filling and actually healthy, just like broth to have when like you don't feel like eating, but you need to have something to keep yourself going. So for people who like really strong umami flavors, like me. That's a good way to work through.
I always liked. I don't do it now, but I always liked having the king size breakfast for breakfast, then a queen size lunch, and then a popper size dinner. I always found that to be what worked best for keeping me energized throughout the day and not keeping me up at night.
Yeah, for years I thought I was not a breakfast person, and then I realized like I'm tired all day because I don't do proper breakfasts. So yeah, we learn.
Yeah, I actually, so you guys, because I'm on streams enough that you guys probably notice sometimes my face gets really chubby. It does that when I'm not eating enough. My face gets chubbier, and actually that's when I'm gaining weight, is when I'm like binge eating. But when I actually consistently eat, because like I can tell like slightly like looking at my face that my face has started to slim out a little bit over the last couple of weeks since I've started using timers to remind myself to eat.
Yes, it's important.
It's like, yeah.
Diana with 174 words and a high test.
Nice.
Yes. Soon I will be back to drafting. Actually, that's a lie. Tell a lie. I get myself excited. Soon I will send this off to the editors, and I will start working on the outline for finishing out the outline for the next book. Soon I will start outlining, and then I will be drafting. Got to set them expectations appropriately. Yeah, it really does feel that way. It
feels like it's rearing its ugly head currently.
Hello, motorcycle man. How are you doing? I'm sure your girlfriend is very fulfilled by you. I've seen the look on her face, and I'm pretty sure that. Anyway, I did the writing order. Ooh, for your June Nano project. Oh, that's exciting.
So productive.
That is exciting.
So pre-planned. What's the word I'm looking for? It's not pre-planned.
June.
It's
that's not that far away.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it's May.
Yeah. Sorry, I just had a moment, like my brain just like hit reality for a minute, and like I feel like I just got slapped in the face by a calendar. Just like, oh, it is almost June. Oh,
so maybe I can
we're like halfway through
before June Nano.
I need to like double down on my house.
Time. Why do you like this?
Actually, I need to like triple down on my house search.
Carrie finished with the planners, going to attempt continuing the draft because I haven't touched it in almost 2 weeks. Drafts are fun. Just don't be too precious about getting them done. Words cannot be edited if they don't exist. Like, just bear that in mind. I tell myself that all the time.
Oh no.
Can't reach your phone to check. Oh. I feel your psychic pain emanating through the interwebs. Let's see, I have to finish the novel. Yeah, but the paperwork has to be done first.
Yes.
Lousy paperwork. Maggie coming in with 267 words. Oh, yes. I love it. Let's see. Ooh, chicken fajita pasta tonight. Ooh, that does sound really, really good. We did.
Also, looking at this, I need to eat more protein for sure.
Ooh, and you have leftovers for tomorrow.
Even better. Food always tastes better the next day.
With very few exceptions. Yeah.
Yeah.
And some things, like, it's best, like, there's what the lasagna recipe that we have. We do our best to make it when we're having something else for dinner because it is so much better reheated the next day
Mm.
that it's just like, why waste that first serving on a half? I mean, it's fine, but like the next day,
But
after
it
it's
could
like,
be better.
yeah, like when all the flavors have just kind of balanced out in it, and just yeah. You lost quite a bit when you stopped eating bread.
No.
See, we gave up bread for a while because we thought that the hubby was gluten intolerant, and it actually had the reverse effect on us because when we had to give up all the wheat products, a lot, at least over here in the States, a lot of the gluten-free products that we have to make up for the fact that, well, they're not going to have the texture that you want, just put in a lot of sugar or fat. They're like diet food. Or they're super, super starchy, which if you understand how starches work, like they have like a really high glycemic index, so they instantly turn into sugar in your stomach.
You can also actually turn. So we did this thing in one of my science classes. I don't remember which class it was, but I remember the teacher. She gave us saltine crackers and had us hold them in our mouths because your saliva starts the process of breaking it down, and will go through the complete process actually of turning it to sugar. So it goes from like into the super bitter flavor because it's turning it back in like glucose.
There was an interesting study that came out a couple weeks ago that actually said if you double cook your pasta, it locks the starches so that they don't break down as easily in your stomach. So you actually get you can actually lower the carbohydrate load of what you're eating because by double cooking it, and by double cooking it, they literally mean like if you're having spaghetti today, cook the noodles yesterday so that you're just pulling cold noodles out of the fridge and reheating them. That heating and cooling cycle actually makes the noodles hardier because of the way it causes the starches to unwind and then rewind. So that's interesting. Yeah. Let's see. My trainer told you that it wasn't your goal weight because you weren't eating enough. That would be a good. I would like. I would like that problem. Let's see. I got a page of a list done and a short drink refresh break. I feel that, like, knowing that I have bananas in the freezer over there and milk in the fridge, like, Glory, what have you done to me? I saw drink refresh. I was like, ooh, I know how to make a really refreshing drink now. No. It's not that time yet. Need to get some work done. Not saying I won't do that tonight, but
I answered your questions. Now never call me again. Normally I just hang up, or I'm like, I'm sorry, this is not a good time for this stupid survey. Also, I'm pretty sure I don't qualify for this survey because my phone is through my stepmom. My stepmom has AARP. And so my phone is in her name, but I'm like, no, I'm 23. I don't have this. I don't qualify for this. I'm too young. I can't answer these questions.
Yeah, I have a lot of problems like that because my father and I have the same legal name because I'm actually a third. And so I get a lot of phone calls and mail intended for him, and I love the phone calls because that's when you make sure that you're doing all of your exercises and you put on your most femme voice that you can, and you call them up and go, "Hi, how are you? Can I help you?" "Oh no, yes, you have the right person." And they really don't know what to do with you after that. It's wonderful. They get very confused, and I love it so much. Let's see. White sugar is, yeah. not gonna finish that because I don't want this video taken down.
Whoa, CV.
Yay! Like, wow, that is amazing. I can't even like imagine.
It's just such a huge number.
Yeah, I would love to be able to do that, but no. Like, even if I was, I don't think I would ever be able to turn that little judgmental part of me off long enough to get that many words. Because that's really what slows me down when I write, is that horrible inner critic that's like, oh, these words are wrong. Why are you doing this? So, yeah.
I just realized I should probably go do dishes so I can actually cook dinner.
We're about to do another sprint. I'm just trying to get caught up. Because I don't know, I'm in a very chatty mood because it keeps me from having to actually do editing. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry.
Procrastination.
Oh, procrastination is real. December 164th. I want to disagree, but I got a phone call right before the stream, and yes.
Wait, what's the number after 12 in Latin or Greek? So what would the next month be? Well, technically, that's 10 because
tridecimus, wouldn't it? Is 13? Isn't 13 trideca?
I think so.
13. So tridecamus.
So just make a whole new calendar. And then you don't have to do 160 something.
There you go. Let's get all the Zoomers together because they love to be known for having alternate things. So we'll get the Zoomers together to create mood months. And so we can name the month according to the mood that we're like trapped in at the time to give ourselves dates because they're really, really good at that. So Zoomers, if there's any of you listening, please get on that. I would really, really like that.
Realize I'm technically Gen Z.
Yes, I know, but I wasn't.
I'm more millennial than Gen Z.
I wasn't trying to put it all on you. That's why I was being more, just out into the world. just. I did not want you to feel the pressure. Howdy, Devin. It is now officially a stream, and I have to get my act together because the Tugwaddle has arrived. Oh my, and I saw, there it is, Heather is here. Hello, Heather. How are you doing? This is Heather's
now she's back with her other channel.
If you did not know, this is Heather's other channel, Autism, Love, and Acceptance. Go check that out if you haven't. Yeah, I've had to be very careful about that because now that I'm juggling 3 channels and maybe 2 secret ones that I'm probably not going to launch because they were an idea that I had like years ago, and I found like all of the videos I recorded for them, and I'm like, are they salvageable? And then I realized, like, when I looked at my Google account, like the channels are still technically there, just with 0 videos and like nobody, and 0 videos and 0 followers. I'm like, no, I'm not doing this. Well, maybe it would be a good distraction from everything else, but no, I'm not doing this. You're welcome. It is fun. I need to get better at getting up in the morning and not having stupid server issues in the morning. that one's outside of my control. Because I love the streams that we do together on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but man, it seems like, especially here lately, getting to this desk by 12 has been hard. Why do I keep hitting settings? Okay, so I accidentally unshared the timer, and then I just keep clicking settings. Like, that's magically going to make the timer reappear because, good at it. A sad princess.
Oh, sad, yeah.
Race again! Okay, I'm going to stick with my stripy dress because I don't know. It makes me feel things.
Orange for Chandra.
Purple.
Oh, Chandra. Wait a minute. I need to find out when Chandra's birthday is, and then change all the brand colors on the do a stream and change all my brand colors to some shade of orange just for that day. Just for you, honey. Just for you. That would actually be a fun distraction. Yes. Let me know what that is so I have something to do other than the things that I do. Alrighty. Let's get started on this. Hopefully you've been saving your work. Hopefully you have been taking care of yourself. If you don't have something to hydrate with, go get it. As always, I have my caramel apple tea because, of course, I do. But as you can see, I'm going through it rather quickly today. So that will probably become water at some point because I like it. It's calming, and I need all the calming I can get. Alrighty, make sure that you're taking care of yourselves. If you need to take a moment to just daydream, please do that. It is good for you. Self-care is productivity for writers. We are going to get started on the sprint in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go! Get that little unicorn. Get it. Get it. I think it's gonna be the purple dress, and it's the purple dress. Yay!
Woo woo!
Woohoo!
Yay!
So I did some stuff. I remembered to go into the other room to get something to drink, and then when I went into the room, I forgot what I went in there for. And then I came back in here and I sat down and I remembered I went in there to get myself something to drink. So I went back in there to get a drink, and then I forgot what I went in there for. I did that a couple times, so I got some exercise. That
That's why
sprint,
you write it down.
because the threshold rule is in effect today. Yay. So how did y'all do? Hopefully better than I did.
I did
No.
I did some dishes, and then I looked over and realized that my chuck roast bag that it's in was leaking blood across my counter.
Ooh.
Ooh, not good.
So I had to hurry up and grab some paper towel. Also, like, I have to find a pan big enough for my chuck roast. Because it's like,
Yeah, we just ordered a roasting pan that will fit into our new toaster oven because we didn't have one in there. Like if we wanted to do an actual roast, because all the pans that they come with are like super shallow. And the one that we had for our old toaster oven, because it was actually made for it, it had wings, so it could go into one of the slots instead of the grate that it would normally sit on. And that makes it too big for this toaster oven. So we had to order a new one because perhaps I did. Oh my goodness. So yeah. I noticed that there was like a couple minutes left, and yeah, I wanted to be goofy, and Chandra got it. Yeah.
I
So,
saw it and I was like, oh my gosh.
I wasn't even in here.
so yeah, I just thought it would be fun, and I'm probably going to use that to start a lot of the videos that I do now, because I've noticed, at least when I watch YouTube, the first like second is often silenced, so you can't hear. Like you come in on the second or third or fourth word that a person says, depending on how fast they're talking. And yeah, I made a little pre-roll for the vidges, and I thought it would be funny to just like randomly have it here because we are the Dignati.
That's a rectangle.
No, those a triangle.
Why can't I do angles when
I mean, none of us able to do a triangle, y'all.
I keep doing
I can do it this way, but
Camera.
why don't we just go like this?
That's a little difficult.
What about like, no, that's a, but like this? Overlap a finger?
I don't know. I'm trying to have fun today. Like my world is in a state of like constant collapse lately, and I'm just trying to have fun, and hopefully y'all enjoy my madness, because I'm feeling all of the King George today, just all of it.
Check roast.
Uh,
Check whatever.
See, mine aren't from the being up all day. It's that we're actually in a nice bit of weather, which means they're able to relax. And as they're relaxing, they're like, I don't know how to do this anymore. Ah! Like it's that fun state of panic where it's just, wait, what? We don't have to be tense and twisty all the time. Wait, what? No. This isn't right. What's no? Is the unicorn always the same color? I do believe the unicorn is. I do believe so. I do like the new Why did I do it that way? I could do it this way, and then it's on screen. But I do believe it's always the same color. And no, it's not orange. It's pink. But I do like that they added the heart. I don't know why. It's a silly little addition, but I like it. I like the heart. I like the heart. Sweetie.
It's pretty.
Sweetie. Making phone calls and reading this mail. Yeah, I'm also really jumpy because
Wow. They actually caught someone. That's amazing.
Yeah, we're having so many weirdnesses around here lately. Like, I got a notification that my Jamie Dodger shipped, and because packages have been going missing, like every time I hear a car, like it's just like I have to run to the window and see if it's something going on at the neighbor's house or is somebody dropping something off. Because plus the hubby, a lot of the restaurant supplies come to the house because he forgets to change the address. So, like, is it a package? Is somebody going to steal it? Is it okay? Is it fine? Is it fine? It's fine. It's fine. Now y'all know why my like catchphrase is it's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. It's how I get through my life. Just a little bit. I thought it was fun. I was proud of the video because I don't know if anybody plays with Canva too much, but and this probably is a pro feature. I don't know what's pro and what's not because I've got a pro account. But every element that you add to a video now, you can animate differently. You can actually add a different animation to each and everything, which is why, like, even though I used one of the standard videos for the static, each thing as it comes in, I was able to add a different kind of wiggle jiggle effect to, so it looked like it was part of the randomness in there. And I really like.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm going to be playing with that a bit more for some of the things that I'm going to do because I have some ideas for some shorts that would basically be entirely made in Canva that I'm really excited to play around with, and I'm really wanting to play with their new feature because it was nice when you could pick an animation and like everything would basically animate onto screen with that one animation, but now you can actually apply one to each element. So you can have something slide up from the bottom, from the side, and they've got all kinds of things. And for some of the video ideas I have, that would work really well.
So I think for dinner, I'm going to play the game of how many ways can I cook potatoes in one meal? Well, so there was this one time that we had like 2 5-pound bags of potatoes and they were like getting there. So we made 10 pounds of potatoes in one night. And each of us made 1 to 2 variants of potatoes. So we had mashed potatoes, we had cheesy mashed potatoes, we had hash browns, we had scalloped potatoes in a way, and then we just had roasted potatoes, and then we had baked potatoes. And it was a very delicious evening.
I'm just saying, you have cheese, you could always do a potato gratin. They're really, really simple because it's just basically layers of cheese and potatoes with butter and a little bit of either a bechamel or just cream. They're very, very yummy. You basically bake until the top gets nicely caramelized and the potatoes.
So do I have to slice the potato?
Yep.
Or okay.
Yeah, you slice the potatoes. And you like if you want to do like the cheap backwoods one that I do, we buy because you can do this and it's wonderful. You can buy the cheese powder that comes with Kraft mac and cheese in giant jugs because I'm trash. And I love it so much. You can even just make a little like cream sauce with that and put it on top, and you get like these like super like kid friendly, inner child approved potatoes that are just amazing. Like you can cheat. There are ways to hack this. But yes, big fan of.
I also have asparagus and zucchini and summer squash.
Asparagus. I love asparagus.
Oh, do I want to cook the asparagus in with the pan with the meat?
That is very good. It is very good to do that.
Also, if I wait for my groceries to get here that I ordered, I will have carrots and celery.
And if you have apples and honey, you can make a Himalayan urda, which is a very, very good side dish for most things.
I don't have it.
Yeah, it's basically just slices of the two, and there's an herb. I can't remember off the top of my head that gets mixed in with it, but
Herb.
so good, so good. Diana coming in with the 346. The 346 words.
Nice.
That is amazing. That is wonderful. That is yay. Bonnie, how are you doing? Yes, try to be productive. I hope all is going well for you. It has been a while. We need to figure out some way that we can do a stream together at some point because I miss it. It was so much fun and I miss it so much. I hope all is well with you. Carol. Okay. Has the stream been kind of with me? That I did that. I'm sorry. I'm a bad person. I did it on purpose.
Actually, no, I have had a stream do that.
Oh
Just
yeah,
do that.
it could have just flickered, but more than likely because I hit it a lot. It wasn't. I had a moment of I've got this little clip here. Wait a minute, I can upload that to the interface. And so now, anytime I want to, whee, flicker, flicker, flicker.
What's even better is that it doesn't have sound, so we can still be heard.
Yep.
Nice.
It cracks me up. It just, I don't know. This whole y'all did this. All the best ideas that have ever come about on this channel are because of y'all. But this, I have plans for the Dignati, y'all. I have plans. You don't know what y'all have unleashed because I like to mispronounce words. Doggo has been looking at you, waiting for dinner. I think I'll take care of that. My dog is just still the cooler on the deck. She's all in her feels. It's gotten to the point where I've just been dedicating Drake's song to her. This is your song, honey. Just just sit there. And it's it's gotten to be code. The other day when the hubby was home, and I was like, "So how's the dog? How's the dog? Your time with the dog?" And he just looked at me and said, "Kiki, do you?" And I'm like, "I gotcha." She's just in her feels. She's just so seriously, girl. It's just it's a big. There's space. You're a little dog. There's lots of space. It's not in your way. Just.
Oh, I have a fake one of the aluminum roasting pan thingies that you buy at the store and throw away. Sorry.
Ooh.
I was trying to think of how I was gonna go my roast. None of my pans are big enough.
I am a big fan of a little Italian seasoning on top and some red wine in the bottom and just covering it so that it kind of steams in
I don't own wine.
first part.
I don't drink wine. I'm technically allergic to wine.
You can also do it with a lot of vinegars because what you really want is that you want it to kind of steam in an acid for a little bit because that will both tenderize it and add a little bit of flavor to the meat. I've done it with pork. I like to do it with cider vinegar with pork. I have in the past when I didn't have the wine I wanted, just poured a little bit of balsamic vinegar on top of a roast and done it that way.
Oh, hey, I need to tell this person to give me white vinegar.
It was very good.
I forgot that on my shipped order.
Yeah, I'm a bad person, CB. That's just what it comes down to. I always say, be better than me. Yeah, I'm just potatoes. Let's see, I am glad Bonnie is doing better too because Bonnie is amazing. And for anybody doing the drinking game at home, the chat just jumped. Hi, Spence.
Hi,
How are
Spence.
you doing today? I hope things are well, better, or just, not terrible. I know that your psyche and my psyche have been in very similar places lately, and I wish you all the best. Let's see. My support coordinator is doing Well, I hope it is good for you. That's all I have to say. Because I don't know that in particular, so I have nothing specific on that. Ooh, yeah. My mom, if anything was boiling on the stove for any reason, it had a potato in it. Like anytime there was going to be anything on the stove that had to boil, just chuck a potato in it, chuck a couple potatoes in it, just potatoes. Yeah. Memories. I should never sing songs from Cats. Let's see. Ooh, they're making potato. Fries are wonderful. Just remember, all fries, to get the texture of fries, have to be twice cooked. They can be twice baked or they can be twice fried, but they have to be twice cooked or they will not get the texture of fries. The first cooking has to be at a low temperature so they get fluffy in the middle, and the second cooking has to be at a high temperature so they get crispy on the outside. I've learned this through much struggle and strife, wondering why my fries were always terrible. No matter how you cook them, which is really cool if you have an air fryer, because like an air fryer toaster oven, because you just put them on the bake setting, and then when that's done, you just turn the air fryer on and turn the temperature up. So 350 so that they bake to fluffy, then crank it up to 425, turn the convection on, crisp them right up. Very yum. Hello to Mama. How are you doing today? I hope all is well. I saw that picture. Oh, and that you put in the Discord. I kind of want it. I kind of want it. And for anybody who's not a member of the Discord, there's a link in the description box below. We have a lot of fun over there. I do have to tell everyone, the Obsessed With channel is now simply called
Ladies.
See, this is upsetting, and they're already upset by what I have to say. So the Obsessed With channel is now titled Purity Warning. If there are things that you just don't want to know about, beware entering channel. It's not that it's not safe for work content, because I don't really want that on there, but there are some aspects of like human existence that if you don't know that they exist, maybe you're better off not knowing. So enter at your own risk. But we have some really fun videos over there, and oh my goodness, Tom and the memes. Tom and the memes. I'm just saying, yes.
What'd they say to you, Logan? He's terrified of them. Like, if you go to put him near them, he's just like trying to get away.
Funny.
I don't know what Paris told him, because Caitlin held him up to the cage, and Paris was there at the door thingy, and she like did a noise, and then he's just like, and then she a little bit later, Parker was over there, and so she wanted to see what he'd do, and he's just like, no, get him away. So I want to know what Paris said to him.
It would be nice to know. And yes, lemon juice works really well on a lot of veggies, especially on potatoes. Potatoes and lemons are remarkably very, very good together. So yes, I endorse this. Apples and lemons, both in their own special way, do magic things to potatoes. Like, they're wonderful, wonderful things to mix and match. They make for the magic. I'm glad I made you smile, but I meant it. Like, I miss it. We used to do streams together, and life. So much life. That would have been, what, 5 Decembers ago by now? Like, I've lost track. Yes. Yes, I do that very often. Thankfully, today has not been terrible. Yay! I've also been very busy or napping. Hey, that's magic. That's wonderful. I endorse and condone all of this. You've been slacking. Time to get cracking. You know, a long time ago, I signed my paper. I sent my $10 to the I've sent my $10 in for my guaranteed slot in heaven or my money back, and I have willfully given my Slack to the great Bob Dobbs for all time and eternity. And the more slack that I have, the greater place I'm going to have, and the great beyond, maybe. Totally fine. Yeah, because, you know, if anybody's never read Revelation X and is not easily offended, it is a very funny book. It is a very funny book. And all hail Bob Dobbs and the great slack. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with having like a bit of slack in your life. It's amazing. All hail Bob. It's a joke book that actually had to incorporate as a not-for-profit, because there's a joke in the back that if you send $10, he will guarantee your place in heaven or your money back. And people started sending money because they wanted to know what they would get. Like, I was one of those people. Like, do you send a certificate? Like, do I have a certificate? Are you going to send me a certificate? And like, it was a great get-rich-quick scheme that he didn't realize that he was pulling, because the book was really, really funny. And just like, we wondered, like, what kind of, like, were we literally going to get like a golden ticket, like a foiled golden ticket? Like, how do? Like, you just get a little thing. It's got a fancy ribbon on it, though. It's guaranteed. It's good for one heaven. But just one.
Give her one heaven.
Just the one. Folding the laundry. Thankfully, your mother grabbed you by the elbow. Yeah. Yeah. I don't like amusement parks, because the last time we went to one, it was Hershey Park, allegedly. And we were on the simplest of all rides. You know, that one that you get on and the seat that you're on kind of rotates, and it's on like with like three of them, and they rotate, and then that's
like
the arm and the whole thing.
Teacup, sort of.
Yeah, it's kind of like the teacups, but because that's a Disney thing, every park has their own proprietary version of it, so they don't get sued. I think theirs was actually an octopus or something that was like juggling or something. I think was their shtick. Anyway, that may have been Six Flags. Anyway, and while we were on the ride, because I was on it with my niece, the safety bar came off. And I basically planted my feet and held the bar in. And my wonderful, wonderful niece did not notice at all. And she had a wonderful time. And also the operator of the ride did not notice me yelling the whole time to stop the ride, because our seat was broken.
Oh no.
And that was one of 3 rides that broke down that day. And I just have not been back to an amusement park since.
I don't like rides, like, at all. So of course the time that my sister and my cousin convinced me to go on the one that you get in and it's the thingy and it rocks and then it rolls, I wasn't buckled in. And neither was my cousin.
Oh no.
We only had the safety bar. And so I ended up sitting there like this with my foot between my sisters. And we're just like,
Wow.
Not one of us yelled for them to stop. Because this is already happening, we're going through with it.
When I was younger, my first, like, maybe amusement parks aren't good for me. We were at Busch Gardens in Virginia, and they had a new ride, a roller coaster. It was called the Anaconda, and its big thing is you basically went from a loop-de-loop down underwater through this tunnel underwater and came out the other side in another loop-de-loop, because Anaconda, get it? They're in water, I guess. I don't know. And I felt it rip some of my hair out, and I had short hair at the time. Like, my hair was shorter than Kat's at the time, and I felt it rip when we went into the tunnel, because 6'1", not I'm not short, and I felt rip a patch of hair out on the top of my head when we went through, and I was just like, that thing almost cut my head off. Like, if I would have been a little bit taller, I mean, I literally would have, like,
how?
And
They need to have a height limit on that.
Yeah. Like, if that's a danger, like, But yeah, so I spent the whole day like this because I had like a spot. Yeah, roller coasters and I not friends. Let's make all the princesses the happy. And I'm going to stick with the sunk cost fallacy because I've been with the one in the striped red dress all this time, and if I leave now, she is going to win.
Purple again.
Orange.
Alrighty. Make sure that you have been saving your document. Because, and I cannot stress this enough, do not feed the gremlins. They have enough. They've tried to take entire people away from us. They've tried to take the internet away from some of us. Don't, whatever you do, don't feed the gremlins. Save your work. Back it up. Send it to a friend. Send it to 5. Send it to all your beta readers. And then be really, really embarrassed because you sent them the crap that you sent them. And then deal with your shame and move on with life. Because that's what I do. It's called being a writer. Make sure that you have something to hydrate with. Make sure that you are taking care of yourself if you just need to daydream for this sprint or take a nap. No judgment, because self-care is productivity for writers. Let's get started on the sprint in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And if you're a cat, maybe cook something.
Light blue
Ooh,
one.
it was the blue dress.
Well, yeah. I called it light blue, but then I just realized they're the same blue. This one has stripes.
The light blue brunette.
With the plain
Oh.
dress.
I was gonna say they're both brunettes.
With the red and gold crown.
So we were having the discussion the other day because somebody, when a friend of mine came over to the house that I hadn't talked to in a while, and I was in that mood and referred to something as pointlessly gendered. And he was like, I don't understand. What do you mean by that? I was like, you spell the word brunette and blonde differently depending on the gender of the person you're talking to, right? And he just stared at me like, no, and pulled his phone out. Like, you have to be wrong about this. Like, no, we've so pointlessly gendered everything that we spell these words differently. Just cause. Just cause. Like, that's why you don't have to say a blonde woman. You can just say a blonde. Because if it's got an E, the woman is implied. Same with the brunette with the TE, the extra TE and the E at the end. Which is just obnoxious. In every possible way. Anywho, I'm now over halfway through chapter 3. I think I said that already. I don't know. And I have a very uneasy, unnerving feeling because, like, I'm just liking it. And, like, there are a few things that, like, oh, I spelled that wrong, or the punctuation's wrong, or this, that, or the other's wrong. And I'm just like, I have not felt the urge to do massive rewrites. Have I failed the universe? Like, this is my editing process. Be better than me. Don't do this. Like, if you're reading it and it's fine, it's fine. You don't have to, like, you don't have to make yourself rewrite massive passages if you don't have to. I just, I'm having that moment of like, I missed all the errors, didn't I? All of them. I missed them all. How did y'all do?
I made some progress. I also ate a snack, and it was delicious. I had cereal.
Hi, Logan. I put the roast in the oven. It's just the roast in there, but I ended up doing I used my veggie broth powder base that I have that's onion free, and some minced garlic, salt, pepper, paprika, a little bit of turmeric, and I also put mustard seed, and then there was barely any on there. So me being me was like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna use the spicy brown mustard.
Yeah.
And put it in there. And then I also put some apple cider vinegar in there, mixed it, and then when I put the roast in the pan, and then I poured it on top, so like it's got a bunch of the garlic on top of it. And that's in the oven. And then I'm going to do I don't know what I'm going to do with the potatoes.
I will say, when comes out of the oven, you need to deglaze that pan and make a pan sauce really, really easy with it. A really easy pan sauce out of that, because that sounds like that's going to be a yum gravy that it's going to make in that pan while that cooks. Like, you making my mouth water.
And I did actually, before I stuck it in the oven, after I poured the stuff on it though, I pulled up my phone. I was like, I'm gonna record this a little bit, and then I explained what I did, and then I did put foil on top of it, and then I'm going to actually record the potatoes.
Good night, CB.
Night, CB.
And final snaps for your 382 words. Oh, Maggie's princess won! Yay!
Yay.
The drama in Maggie's neighborhood.
Yes, though. I want more tea. Like, give me all the details, please.
Like, this is more intense than soap operas.
Yes.
Oh my goodness!
This alone is like a season.
Why are we killing each other? Like, there seems to be something really wrong in this country right now. Like, why we? Like, I live in a small county. I have a small county, like 40,000 people in the entire county. Like, a small county. Well, it's a big county, but very few people. Very few people. Like, we shouldn't be able to annoy each other enough. Oh, like, yeah, there's something wrong. I hate to like sound.
Something in the water.
I swear, like, the older I get, the more like my grandfather I get. Except for, I mean it for totally different reasons. Like, I just found myself the other day when I was talking to the hubby. I was just like, "There's something sick in the soul of America," and he just like looked at me, and I was like, "Yeah, we've forgotten how to like be compassionate to each other." And he's like, "Okay, I thought you were like going the other way. Like, okay, let's talk." I'm just like, why do we keep killing each other? Like, like,
My phone's out there on the tripod. But it went off.
ooh, Hasselback potatoes.
Me Googling it.
I was just because I wanted to have
Oh,
a picture.
those.
Yes, give me a picture. Yes. Okay, do not copyright strike my freaking channel down for this. YouTube, it's just a Google search. I see other people do this all the time, but it's fine. But yes. Yes. Yes.
Nice.
All of the yes. You will be fed in time. Just be quiet. Go back to sleep. Oh, sorry, my tummy went like, yes. Why? So at least I know what my tum tum wants. But I don't know if we have potatoes, which would be weird because we have to have potatoes. I can't imagine the hubby grocery shopping and not getting potatoes. That's impossible. So much tea. Right. Just it's like I was saying with Glory the other day. Like, if you live anywhere where you can describe anything as backwoods, like, there's drama. Like, there's drama that people don't know. There's just there's so much. Ooh, I love hummus, and the best part of it is, my husband has become obsessed with Mediterranean cuisine. Which, yes, thank you, Lord, and all the angels for hearing my prayers. And so if I just whisper the word hummus from scratch in the house, like, yes.
I love making hummus from scratch. It tastes so much better than the stuff you can get in the stores.
He has started making his own tahini.
Oh, nice.
So, like, it's like super from scratch. Like, it's like, yes. I know what I will be whispering at some point. Just like, I don't know what we should have for dinner, hummus. I mean, it might be really, really good to do something hummus. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe some Hasselback potatoes, hummus.
Wait. I'm reading this and I'm like, what?
Okay.
And now you need to call his mom.
Okay, just I mean like, like, I really feel like now I know why I made that thing, because when my brain like fritzes out, I can just like I don't know, there's an error, like processing error. Like, like, I know what this is for now. Like, just it's kind of like when there was a shootout down the street. They didn't take anybody's guns away from themselves because they obviously were in an imminent threat and needed to protect themselves. And I was just like, they started randomly shooting at people. They were the threats. Like, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I see how you tried to logic there. I disagree with all the logic that you tried to do there, but okay. I see what you tried to do. His mom has not made him get to school this year because she needed someone to watch the house, and he didn't like all this. This is just, well, at least we know what the next book in Maggie's Werewolf Wars is going to be about. Like, you have a plot writing itself that you can like mine.
Yes.
Because I would be able to accept this more like better if you added the word wizard or werewolf or alien to it, just because why humans? Why you like this? Like, be better, humans. Be better. Just please be all the better. Also looked up the wine, which was given to us by the hubby's friend from work. Ooh, I love Greek wine. I love Greek wine. I love Greek wine. I don't know how many times I can say this before you all just completely like leave the channel, because I can just broken record that all night. Greek food, Greek wine. Yes. Ooh, and it's from Samos. Oh. Not saying I know exactly what kind of wine you got, because there's actually several varieties from there, but yes. The hubby makes very good hummus. Unfortunately, the first time he tried it, and he made an Israeli hummus, and I am not a fan because it's very lemony. Like, there's a lot of lemon juice added to Israeli hummus, and it's kind of like, I don't want lemon paste. I wanted hummus. Like, to me, there's a different, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, to me, hummus is like very rich and flavorful. Like, you can have some of those sour notes. Like, I'm not opposed to that, but Israeli hummus is very, very lemon forward. It's just very lemon forward.
Yeah.
And he was just like, this recipe was broken. Like, he just was devastated. And I was just like, no, did you check? Was this Israeli hummus? Or what kind of hummus is this? There's more than one kind? Yes. Okay, let's go around the Mediterranean, because pretty much every culture, probably even the south of France, because they have a food version of everything. Every culture in the Mediterranean has their own version of hummus. Let's do a culinary tour of the world.
My groceries arrived.
Nice.
Which I have to say is the one super perk of having a chef in the family. Is every now and then it's just like, we can't travel, but let's do a culinary tour of the world. Yes, please.
I'm a little jelly.
I'm just saying, like, he hasn't told me what his next nation of interest is yet, but he's gotten that devilish grin on his face that tells me he has begun researching whatever that next thing is going to be.
Ooh.
So
that's exciting.
Yes, please. It's usually a Mediterranean, like we do a lot of Mediterranean stuff at the restaurant during the summer. So I'm assuming he's picked a place on the Mediterranean, and I'm like, we've done Moroccan food, we've done Greek food, we've done Provençal, like southern France. We had a Spanish month and did so, like, that's leaving few countries left, and I'm like, please let it be Lebanese food. Please let it be Lebanese food.
Ooh, yeah.
I've not been able to go to a Lebanese restaurant in so long. Please let it be Lebanese food. Yes, please. Yes.
That would be great.
I wouldn't be mad if he's like going to do another Italian or Greek thing. I will never be mad at that. But I may have some opinions here. Alrighty. The wine is really strong. Yeah, Greek wine has flavor. And I don't say that to mean that like other wines do not have flavor, but as somebody who's been to way too many wine tastings because we own a restaurant and get to go to the trade shows, a lot of times when you're going through the French wines or the German wines, like there's a lot of similarity in the flavor profile of the wines that you get. But because of the volcanic soils and stuff in Greece, every Greek wine, depending on the region, really has a very different flavor. Like it just, it's kind of like if you've ever had Oregon wines, you can tell how close they were grown to the volcanoes, like instantly when you taste them, because there's just these flavors that just they need the earth to try to kill you for them to come out in the grape. Like it's just the way they do.
So are you telling me those are the grapes? That's the wine I really should not drink.
Probably not. Probably not.
Probably.
I
Like,
like breathing most of the time.
They're almost like, for anybody out there who's looking for really good wines, if you can ever find any South African wine, they're really hard to get in the United States because they are very, very good. And the eye of China fell upon them. And so many vintners in Japan, in South Africa basically had like a decade of like whatever you produce for the next 10 years, send it here.
Oh, well.
So like even the wines we used to be able to get, we can't anymore because China is massive. And when an importer from China is just like, we will buy your stock, like okay. Like I understand signing that contract. But if you can find South African wines, they're magic. They are magic. They are underrated because they're very hard to get outside of South Africa or China. It's very hard to get. But if you can find one, they are all kinds of mad. Let's see. I caught the scam artist. You had your Medicare number. Oh, that's terrible.
But they caught them.
At least they caught him, but still, like,
That's such a headache.
I'm just gonna repeat what I said earlier. Humans, why you like this? Why are you like this? Please, Huma, be better. Be better. We have the ability to be better, Huma. Please. And I'm sorry, I've been watching way too much Deep Space Nine, and I just have Fergie's in my head, and so I can't say human because human. But humans. Oh, why are? All right, let's do a race. See if I can take some of this energy
Purple.
that I have inside me and put it to good use for editing a manuscript. Sunk cost fallacy. I have to stick with the one that I had before, and I'm assuming that Kat is going to be with the orange one because, oh no, she's back. I'm sorry, you weren't in the seat when I switched over to the other screen. I'm sorry. I will go away in shame now.
I'm like,
I'm sorry, you weren't there when I looked.
I've been here a hot minute.
Okay, I switched over way too early. Okay, so there. I put myself in the proper place in the totem pole. I apologize. I bad human too. I very bad human too.
Also, the girls are very happy. They now have hay again. I ran out this morning.
Yay!
It is really bad because it's supposed to be the majority of their diet. But I didn't have any money to buy hay. So I had to wait till today to buy hay. I felt so bad.
Letter to the small Andre 3000 inside my head. I do not need to hear hey ya right now. Thank you. Stop.
Okay. So the first one, by the way, is the one I've been calling orange. I hope you're all aware of this.
Yes.
Yes. Is that the one you're choosing?
Yeah.
Okay. Purple, of course.
Okay, so hi. Bad Human here. We're gonna get started on this break. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and why won't it click? Click, dang it. Click.
Click!
There we go. Little unicorn. Get it. And the other girl in the blue dress, the one with stripes, wins this time around. So, I feel better about how bad a writer I imagine myself being because at least 6 paragraphs in a row, I decided to write in present tense for absolutely no reason. Just did it. Just did it. And I had one sentence that I found really, really profound, and I would like to share it with you really quickly. We. W-E period. I don't know why it was there. I have no idea what I meant by we. Was it supposed to be the beginning of a sentence that somehow I accidentally erased at some point? Was it some... I don't know. We... So
We
there-
won!
So I found the errors. I was like, where are they? Found them. Oh, I just noticed Tessa picked the one in the blue stripes and
Nice.
won.
Yay.
Yay.
I've been saying orange for you.
How did the rest of y'all do?
I feel like I did more, but I didn't do much. It turns out, as I look at my page, there's like 2 sentences added.
But you did a lot of thought.
Hey, sometimes
No, it was more like I did a lot of staring at the at the little racing timers. They're distracting. They're so cute.
They are.
they are. I rather enjoy them. Yeah, I just. Sorry, I'm still stuck on we. Like, because my one thought is that I was doing this with dictation, and like finished the sentence and just went and went on to the next, and it was like I don't know what that sound was. We and just like added it, and I didn't notice.
Or maybe you're gonna find a sentence later on, and it's gonna be like something.
But who did it? We did it. Run that back up there. Yeah, I don't know. Is your house starting to smell like pot roast yet?
It is. The vinegar smell is actually quite strong. But I'm not a huge vinegar fan. But like with the other mixture of the smells from the roast, it's okay. And I put the asparagus in the oven, as well as a small thing of potatoes. I sliced them, cut them in half, and then did salt, pepper, paprika, and butter.
Nice.
You can't go wrong
No.
with that.
Is there yeast outside?
And I'm also trying to decide
Sorry.
if I want to fry up. I say fry, it's not actually going to be fried. The zucchini summer squash with some mushrooms as well. Because, I got the roast, I got the potatoes, I got the asparagus. I could have that, and then I could also have a little salad.
See, in my neck of the woods, when we have summer squash and zucchini, we slice it up, get a pan with some butter in it, put it in there, and then put some cornbread and just a tiny little bit of water in there with the cornmeal, and let it steam for a minute till it's kind of cooked, and then you stir it up, and then you cook it till those cornmeal kind of become like really crispy, like cornbread strips in with it, and you have like cornbreadish crispies mixed in with the squashes, and you might be kicked out of some people's houses if you some people may just leave your house if you invite them over to dinner and you have squash and don't serve it that way around here. It's kind of a thing.
How I eat it, because it's the only it was one of the first ways I was given it, besides putting it in like a dish, as a veggie, is you put you slice it up You cut it in half. You put it in the pan. Some salt, pepper, paprika, dill, garlic. Of course.
Always garlic.
And then you toss it in with coconut oil or olive oil or even butter. And then you just cook it until it's just, if you want it to still be crisp, keep it crisp. If you want it a little bit softer but still crisp, do that. Like, you cook it to however you like it cooked, and then you just eat it that way.
Yep. Perfectly acceptable.
Also really good that way if you also want some noodles. So throw some noodles in there with it. Quick toss it together. Or rice.
Yeah, the hubby's last obsession was the perfection of the butter noodle. Because his chefy instincts was like, butter noodles are good, but we can do better. And yes, he can. Yes. But if I'm ever making butter noodles, they're just going to be butter noodles because I don't have time for all that. But they were delicious. Like it literally starts with, you make a brown butter. And that's one of the 3 kinds of butter that are going to be in this thing. Oh, speaking of the devil, he's on his way home.
We discussed food.
We discussed food.
We've discussed food too much.
I must make it now. Oh my goodness. So during this sprint, you think you're brand new. You got an Apple Watch. Oh, I want to get one of those. One for me because I would like to know like how much activity I actually do in a day. Like I would even take like a Fitbit or something like just
Let's say 15,077 steps today.
I would love this information because I feel like I probably move around more than I think I do. But because most of my memory formation occurs sitting at the desk, I feel like I just sit here all day. When I know, like, I play with the dog, I cook, I clean, you know, I do other things, but, you know.
So one
those are
thing
routine
that my
tasks,
mom
so
does. Excuse me, sorry. My mom has like she wants to do a certain amount of steps before she goes to work because she's a cashier, and it registers her scanning things as steps. So she has to get her steps before work. So she will every 15 minutes she has to do like a certain amount of steps. So like she'll check her watch and be like, okay, I haven't done the amount of steps yet. I've been sitting here too long. So she'll just get up and do laps around the inside of the house until she gets that amount of steps, which is like, I think it's like 500 she tries to do every 15, 30 minutes until she gets all of those steps. And then she can sit down at her computer, do whatever she was doing. And then 15, 20 minutes later, get up, do it again. Until she's reached like 10,000 steps. And this woman gets a lot of steps just walking around her house.
I also really want to get one for my mom because one, it's got a Mickey face to it. So I know I can trick her into wearing it because she loves her some Mickey Mouse watches. But it has the fall detection. Built into it. So if it detects that you fell, it will basically ask you, like the Siri voice will come on and be like, "Are you okay? Do I need to?" And like, I would have the peace of mind knowing that something like that was there. Plus, you know, it would also be nice to, you know, have heart rate monitoring and all the other monitoring on there because she doesn't eat, and you know, the blood glucose monitoring and stuff. Like this would all be very, very good. I think they'd be good for a lot of us, but I'm so excited. I am so excited for you. Like I have obsessed over this thing and all of its sensors, and like I've read the white papers. Like,
also, I have a Samsung watch, not an Apple watch, by the way. If anybody, no. I cannot speak on Apple products because Apple products do not like me. I touch it, it don't work no more. Or something bad will happen to it. I touch it, something bad happened to it. Like, I'll be clear.
Stay away from my laptop.
Apple products don't like me. And I had an iPhone at one point.
Ooh.
Imagine how bad that was. I used that iPhone for like 2 years. It was a hand-me-down. It was my mom's phone, and before that it was my sister's phone.
It would be very interesting if you ever came to visit, because this is literally the house that Apple built, because we beta tested a lot of stuff for them. So like we have the HomePod and the Apple TV in the living room, and I'm working on the laptop now, and like it's like
Just walks in your house and like everything's just like, what's happening?
parts start flying from the appliance. It's just like,
Just like,
wow, you really are cursed when it comes to Apple. Wow.
I'll just leave. I'll sit outside.
Set up cameras ahead of time first, just because that would be like the ultimate like YouTube video right there. Like I would feel really, really bad, but might be able to monetize it and get enough to buy everything replacements for things. Like literally, this girl just walked into my house and all the Apple products exploded.
They all just said no.
No. All the no. You know, and it's been a week, y'all. Okay, I did ritual work on Tuesdays, and that's very draining. And like things have been getting thrown at me all week. Like this got thrown at me at Wednesday. This heavy piece of like crystal got thrown at me on Wednesday, and the Revan got thrown at me on stream. I actually went back and looked at the video, and you can see it go foo. And like when things fall, they don't go up.
No, they don't.
No.
Like
I just remembered I have this thing I need to do.
so, you know, given the state of my life lately, I wouldn't be surprised. Diana with the 248 words. Ooh, Mr. Afton editing this. Yes. If you want to feel better, I can add you to my final draft, to my first draft. If you want me to read your first draft, I think you said it had trigger warnings for some of the things that I have issues with. So I don't know if I'm thinking of the same document, but I'm not opposed. I'm really bad at reading things for people, which is why I feel really guilty when people help me alpha and beta read. I try to, and I do eventually get around to things, but I'm really bad at like scheduling my time.
Oh, you're like me.
Yeah,
Except I forget to schedule those things in.
yeah, I'm
Like
I'm
I keep
terrible.
forgetting your thing. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's a weird story with a glorious shark boy. Which, by the way, I had to look it up because he crinkled the part of the face where the nose is, and I thought that was called a snout, but I wasn't sure, and I looked it up, and the sharks have snouts. That's a snout. I was right. So people are going to think he's big because I said snout, but
No.
it's technically a snout. So I was right in my word.
No.
But I had to look up shark anatomy, which was fun.
Shark anatomy.
It's the royal we. Like I don't know, but there's about to be noises because I just heard somebody pull in. So
Ooh.
brace yourself for impact, y'all. Let's see.
No.
Opened it up yet? Got distracted looking at tripods. We were distracted looking at tripods yesterday just because they kept showing up in mirrors, in shadows, in like weird blurs that made you think that something untoward was going on. Like,
Especially in front of the toilet.
yeah, don't put your tripod in front of the toilet. Like it really, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's not a good look. I'm just saying, it's not a good look. Ooh, yeah. Hello, he who is not sneaky.
Hey, oh.
Hello.
You are not sneaky. You are not. He's out there whispering at the door. I'm sneaky. No, you're not. The internet knows you're here. The dog has come running. Well, that's just because I didn't wake her up. By the way, she is like heartbroken because you put a cooler chest on her deck. She's been so worked up about it. I, being the horrible creature that I am, did not move it. Did not put it in an appropriate place. I'm a bad person, but she is so worked up about that cooler. She is so worked up. Like both in the pre-show, she kept coming in and just like doing that whole like Timmy's in the well Lassie thing. And finally, like I gave up and went out there, and she like took me right over to it and just pawed at it and looked at me with like all of the urgency in the world and just went
Wow.
Make it go away.
The cooler chest next to her.
Yes. So, and I don't know why. It's not where she sleeps. It's not where she likes to
Yeah.
play.
It's not even in her path.
yeah. I don't. I
It's not
don't.
even out of her path.
I don't know.
It vexed her so.
Yeah, it vexed her so. Like it gave her all the feels. Like she lived up to her nickname of emo puppy. Like she had all the
Definitely
feels.
vexed.
Like I may have sang some Drake to her. Like very in her feels at the moment. Yeah, my dad has one too that they use to monitor his stuff, which he gets really mad because they call him a couple times a day to make sure that because he has to press a button so it transmits over the internet his vitals, and so they call him several times a day, and he doesn't like that. By the way, we're about to do a sprint and we need to talk during the sprint.
Oh, okay. I did it.
No, you didn't,
Oh, okay.
but it's gonna be okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Yeah, it's a different kind of thing. I've had a day.
I thought I did something.
No, I've had a day.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. No, I want an Apple laptop again. I love my Mac. I love it so much for two reasons. Two very important reasons. One, Windows destroys every document I put on it for all time and in perpetuity because apparently I am the anti-cat, just as I am the anti-dawdler. Like Windows and I do not get along. You want to break your Windows machine? Call me.
Don't touch any of my
No,
stuff.
I've accidentally fixed a computer before. I don't know what I did, but like a Windows computer, I was like, oh, here, let me just. It works now.
Like I
Just my
I-
presence.
I
fixed it,
abandoned
guess.
Windows after it destroyed a couple manuscripts I was working on, and
Ooh.
I have not looked back. So that number one, and number two, it's the only dictation software that actually works for me. Is built into the OS, and it's free. So yeah, I'm kind of wedded to this now because none of the other ones want to make sense out of my voice at all. And this one does. So, and then there's Vellum, and I am not going to go back to hand coding my ebooks ever, ever, ever again. do some chores and doggo on the park. All right, have some fun with that.
Yes, this next sprint I'm gonna have to feed my doggos because they're getting hungry.
I know the feeling. So, just a warning. I don't know if this is going to be our last sprint of the night or not. That's going to be part of the talk with the hubby. But we're going to do this. I'm sticking with the same one because sunk cost fallacy tells me that I have to.
Or-
I cannot change. Alrighty. Make sure that you're taking care of yourself. Make sure you have something to hydrate. We've been doing this for a while. If you've not gotten up and moved around, maybe do that. Do a little chair dance. It'll be good for you. We'll be starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Get that unicorn. I don't know what colors are anymore. I'm going to call that a red dress. The second from the
It's like a
top.
hot pink.
It's like a hot pink. It's somewhere in there. Like that one is debatable. That is very debatable. But it won.
Woo!
So hubby and I had a chat and figured out like what we are doing this evening and figured out food, which is always important.
Yes.
And I'm really excited because he's making his nachos tonight, which
Ooh,
that's-
yum.
yes. And we also figured out that the actual problem with the dog is that we had the wrong theme song. I was thinking it was like Drake's In My Feelings, but the actual song is Frozen Autumn's I Love You, but I've chosen synthesizers. But you just change the synthesizer to whatever she's complaining about. So it's either I love you, but I have chosen the couch, or I love you, but I've chosen the deck. And if you're not familiar with this wonderful, wonderful song with all the synths, I put a link to their music video for it in the chat. It's wonderfully cold wave. It is beautiful, and it is all the synthesizers. It's just like walls of synthesizers. It's just all the synthesizers. Like I love the song so much. And yes, this is truly what has been wrong, is we did not realize that that's actually her theme song. I love you, but I've chosen the deck. But other than that, I didn't get much done. How did the rest of y'all do?
I fed the doggies, so they were very grateful about that. That took a while, though, so I didn't really accomplish anything on my little speech that I'm writing. So I kind of just stared at it and hoped that something would write itself. It didn't work. This isn't Harry
Relatable.
Potter.
Also relatable. I feel this. I feel this deep down in my soul. I can't tell you how many times I've done that. After we had our chat, like, because we talked about everything that's going on in life, which, you know, was really our dynamic, because here, let me give you all the bad news. And he's like, oh, okay. Well, here, let me give you all the good news. And I'm just like, this is very much the dynamic of our married life, is like doom and gloom and optimism.
I need to eat some of that.
And then, yes, all the yes. Like,
And- Yep.
My tum-tum growled. Like, yes.
Mm. The
But after-
potatoes are so soft.
After all that discussion, I realized I only had like 2 minutes until the until the sprint was over, and I was like, I'm just gonna put on some cold wave music and dance with the dog. And then I heard cheering, and I was like, oh crap, the sprint's over. Back to the cheer. Hi. Because, you know, as you do. Have a good night, Maggie. If you're still able to hear the sound of my voice, may blessing and light be upon you. Hello, Nia. How are you doing tonight? I hope all is
Hello.
well with you. Diana, I missed drafting. Like, I want to live in a world where I can just write all the time and not have to do all the other parts. Unrealistic, but I can dream. Or just like,
in a world where you want to sell stuff.
I just want to live in a world where I can have like a helmet that I can just put on, like Cerebro, like Professor X with Cerebro, and just like manifest the stories out of my head with all the detail that there is in here. There. That is actually what I want right there. But we don't have that yet. But yay for the 174 words. Woo! But definitely, if y'all are not familiar with the song, and if you don't know what cold wave is, think of new wave, but more frigid and distant. That's cold wave. It's one of the many goth genres, and big fan. Much harder to do than I thought, since I'm working on a cold wave song right now. It's very new wave at the moment, and it's very hard to get that that distance that Cold Wave really requires. But definitely check it out if you haven't heard it. They are a fun band.
Oh,
Still going through the huge pile of mail. Oh my goodness! All the mail, all of it. Alrighty. So,
It has a little bit of the vinegar bite to it still.
ooh,
Nice.
Because it was apple cider vinegar.
Ah,
And I probably used a bit more of it than I needed to, but
is there such a thing when it comes to vinegar?
yes.
Yes, there
because-
is, but sometimes I wonder.
It's one of those things. Like there are very few things in this world that I just cannot stomach. Like literally cannot stomach. Like not because I'm allergic to it. Just it turns my stomach. Just like no. And the hubby got really obsessed with cooking fish au papillote, which is where you wrap it up in something and steam it in the oven. And he found a million ways to make pickled fish this way. And no, like this is the one thing. Yes, there could be like I like vinegar in a lot of things. I like a lot of sour things. There is an instinctual reaction that happens deep down inside my soul when I encounter sour fish. That just tells me you are going to die now unless we get rid of this. And I know that there are like pickled herring is a thing, and that like, there are. This is not my buddy has rejected all of this. It has said no. It has said all of the no. So there is that. All right. So I'm looking at the clock, and it is 7:47 my time, 8:47 Eastern. We have been doing this for 3 hours and 48 minutes, which is like I don't know how that's possible. It feels like we just started. This is why my streams tend to be really long. Because I am a Dorset and we have no sense of time to begin with. And it's just like, how can it be over? We just started. Like, I really have a problem. But I was thinking if y'all wanted to, because I was wanting to kind of finish it around 8-ish, especially since the hubby's home and we've been very busy with the catering this week, so I haven't gotten to see him a lot this week. We could do one more sprint and then go do whatever we do. I don't know if anybody else is sprinting tonight. I will actually check on that during this because I am assuming there will be a fanfic and chill at some point tonight. I just don't know if it's going to be on Sako's or Stage's channel. But I will look into all that during the next sprint, if that sounds agreeable.
Sure.
And granted, I now have like all the drag queens in my head, which means we're probably going to go in the other room and watch the rest of Legendary. Alrighty.
I wonder what color I'm gonna pick. Oh, I don't know. Maybe purple?
See, I want to find one that's animals and that also has colors, just so you'll one day have to pick between the hippo and the purple. Like, I want to see
if
what
they had
happens.
if they had a timer with a hippo and another purple animal, I'd probably choose the hippo.
Like, I just, there are certain things that just I am curious about. I'm sticking with my sunk cost fallacy because, I'm that kind of a human being.
Orange.
All hail Chandra. Even when you're not on camera, you're still here, which is a great blessing, I must say. Alrighty, make sure that you are taking care of yourself. Make sure you're saving your work. If you haven't saved it yet, like, please, what are you doing? please save. It is so important. I cannot stress that.
How does one save food? When you're cooking, like, how do you save?
I will ask the hubby. There may be a chef's trick. I will ask the hubby if there's a way to do a quick save. That's interesting. I'm curious now because I bet you there is some kind of weird chefing.
Take
If
a
anyone
small
had
portion
figured
of
it
it away, and then you keep it at that stage.
Like, if anyone has figured it out, I don't know what that loud thing is, but I'm curious now. If anybody has figured it out, the chefy folk have definitely done it. So, alrighty, what is that? Anyway, I bet it was a tractor. It was probably a tractor. It's kind of rolling around
Initially,
here.
I wasn't so sure about the vinegar flavor, but I'm not mad.
Let's get started on this sprint in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Let's get unicorn.
It's the yellow one.
Yay! Alrighty, so I did stuff. I didn't really do any editing. I saw there was an update for a bit of software that I really want to use that they broke with their last update. I was like, maybe this update will fix it. And considering the updater crashed,
Oh,
I don't think they fixed it.
I don't think they fixed it.
I don't think they fixed it. I don't think it's done yet. So yay. And then like I found myself on the support forums just seeing if did everybody find a workaround. Is it because distractions are a thing and they are real. Oh my goodness. So if that wasn't originally going to be the last friend, Jules had to just come in here and be like, by the way, did you know that the Final Fantasy XIV Digital Fan Festival live stream is about to start? No, I didn't. And now I do. And no. I may have a slight addiction to the Final Fantasies, with the exception of like basically after Sakaguchi-san left, like yeah, but they got better eventually. But 11 was trash, 12 was trash, 13 was okay, 14 was amazing, and I get to own a computer powerful enough to play 15, and I don't own a PlayStation of any kind, so I cannot speak to it because they basically
Final Fantasy 15 Pocket Edition HD, $29.99 on Nintendo Switch.
don't have a Switch either. Yeah, we have not bought a new console in forever. And I want to Switch. I really do. I miss the... I feel like I've missed out on so much.
I like the fact that you can dock it to your TV and play that way. 'Cause
Or
that's
do it
how
this
I
way.
play.
Or do it this way. Or if you want to not be holding it, but you just want to hold the controller, but you don't want to hook it up to your TV, you can separate the controllers and then just prop it open because it has a little kickstand.
See, I miss...
I'm not sponsored by Nintendo, but please do.
See, I could totally be sponsored by Nintendo because I love my Zelda games and I love my Mario games, and those are, for the most part, exclusive to Nintendo products, with the exception of the 2 Mario games that they released for iOS, which, okay, I could see that a proportion of your heart was in those projects. I don't think it was a big proportion of it, but thanks for trying, I guess.
What is going on in the background, Kat?
Oh, Natalie's home. She's watching something. So I learned, not during the sprint, but during the previous sprint, that there's apparently Vampire the Masquerade has games for Switch.
Okay,
But they're like novels-esque stories. They're like the visual novels. And so they have 2 of those, plus they have another one coming, I guess. And then they also have one of the werewolf ones.
I cannot speak to the quality of any of these games because I have not played them, but I will say that there is a very long tradition of terrible video games
I used my points to pay for it instead of the gift card.
made in the world of Vampire the Masquerade, and some of them are like so bad they're worth playing. Like I think the original Bloodlines is so bad it's worth playing because I don't know who they hired to do their 3D models, but I'm pretty sure they didn't know what a 3D model was because none of them have the shape of things or people. And the storyline is really, really interesting, and then you black out and are imprisoned in a death-like state for 800 years, and that entire storyline is now meaningless, and we're going to do something else now. And there's absolutely no way to stop that from happening. Because they basically had 2 ideas for a story, couldn't decide which one they did, and cut them in half and stitch them together.
Well, I think this one might be better. I only got the one because I'm like, I'll use the points that I've earned just from purchasing things on this one because I had enough. See how it is, because it's more of a visual novel type one, so it's a choose your own adventure kind of, and
see that working.
that would work better because it is a role playing game.
Because to me, the biggest fault that I've had with these is it's not to me. It's not technically a Vampire the Masquerade game if they force you to be within a particular clan.
Yeah, they give you the option of 3 for this, but I mean,
that's better than they've done in the past.
Yeah, it was only a small game, so that would make sense that like they're like you these are your options.
That's better than they've done in the past. The only thing that made the original Bloodlines worth playing is it had a very good and easy to use mod system. And I have played many games that are not Vampire the Masquerade Bloodline in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodline, and they were amazing. They were wonderful. It basically became a game engine for a brief period of time that a lot of people used. And Diana, with 100 words, yes. Love the double donuts, yes. I really like it when I get round numbers. It makes me so happy. I'm that kind of irrational being. So I did look, and there is a fanfic and chill scheduled for Sage's channel today. So that is an option, and I might try to like peek in there just to say hi, because as you all know, Sage is my heart, and like all the goodness and light to her, to them.
Ooh,
Yeah,
this one I can download a demo.
I just so much. And because apparently everyone is streaming right now, everyone, like, I thought about putting in links to who's streaming right now, and then I loaded up Devin's playlist, and like everyone is marked as live right now. Like, so many people are streaming right now that if you need another stream, they're out there. There's a lot of them. Some just started, some have been going for a while, like we have. Like HK's been going for about as long as we have, so that's probably going to end soonish. But wow, like right now is like the stream time. It's prime time stream time. So there's a good list for you. If you're not following Devin for the playlist, you really should be.
That's all you're following Devin for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Devin doesn't post content. Only
Provides
playlists.
the greatest of all services to AuthorTube, because I don't know how he finds some of the people, because
Yeah.
so often I'll check the playlist to see who's streaming, and
There
I'm like,
was a
who are
person
you?
with like more. There was
Devin's
one
a lot.
person that I like from the playlist. I was like, how have I never seen this person? They have so many subscribers, like almost as much as Jenna Moresi. I was like,
Yeah. I really feel like I have learned so much about AuthorTube just from these playlists, because there are people in there that I just did not know were on there that are. I bet you've got the itch. You streamed so much, like I can just imagine you the whole time just sitting there, like one eye twitching and your hand just kind of shaking a little bit, and just like, what's wrong? I should be doing a stream right now, just because I know how I am as a person, and I like to project that on others. Because you streamed a lot, and it's just yeah, I can imagine, because you streamed a lot, and like I'm only streaming twice a week, but we are contemplating a possible vacation at some point, which will never happen because he's not taking time off work. Like, that's not gonna happen. But we have been talking about possibly like actually doing a vacation or a trip or something, and like in the back of my mind, I'm just like, the Wi-Fi should be fine there. Like, I didn't even like think about like, would I not stream while we're on vacation?
just take us on vacation with you.
In the back of my mind, I'm just like, what would the Wi-Fi be like? Like, I literally started thinking last night, because we were talking about, wouldn't it be great if we actually got to go to a convention again? I was like, can you imagine like actually like taking our panels live on the YouTube channel. Like that would be so much fun, and we'd have like the audience that's there and the audience that's there, and it would be so much fun. And he just looked at me and just like, "You have a problem, don't you?" I was like, "Yeah."
I get that too.
But wouldn't it be awesome? Because we'd have the people that are there and the people that are there, and it'd be so cool. And I miss conventions. Bob did a great video today about how normal should not be normal, because for all the people that are like, I want things to get back to the way they used to be, the way things used to be, they weren't good.
I'm good.
Yeah.
So instead of being back to normal, maybe we should get back to better.
Yeah.
And a big chunk of that was about like fandom and fan conventions, and how we might reconsider some of our activities thereabouts. It was a good video. I highly recommend it. I think it was on his Movie Bob channel.
Also, some of the things, even like if I have never been to a convention, I should fair warn this. So, but like from my understanding, some of the stuff, even if it is accessible, is not very accessible for people.
Mhm.
And doing live stream panels would be like simultaneously would be fantastic.
Yeah, I sent an email to Marilyn Mann, who runs the panels at my favorite convention in the world, and that's Shore Leave in Maryland. And I was like, one thing we could do, even if we're not going to do if you're not doing the actual convention this year, is do a virtual convention and just do the panels as the convention. Just like we could self-organize it and take some of the work off you if you want, but like we know who's going to be doing which, like we know. Like we always do the same ones, like except for me, who's always like, I'll do anything, and then not. But or whatever random thing I'm assigned, because that happens a lot too. But I think that would be wonderful, because that to me is the heartblood of the convention. It's not the celebrities up on the stage. Like, don't get me wrong, like it's fun meeting like the stars of the shows and stuff, but it's really the panels and getting to have those like really ludicrous detail. I always bring it up, but like when they announced that there was a gay character on Stargate SG-1, we literally set up a murder board and did a panel where we went through the dating life of every character on the show to try to figure out which one it was, because it just didn't make sense. We're like, this couldn't be it. None of them. And then we figured out, there's one dude that we never see date anybody. There's one dude that we never see date anyone. And so since they have not been set up in a heterosexual dynamic, they have to be the gay one. Like, by process of elimination. We found the one, and it was fun, and it was geeky, and it was great, because we're all like, oh, so-and-so, but no, wait a minute. If you remember in this one episode on their desk, you could see a picture of them, and that could be their sister. He wears a wedding ring. He does wear a wedding ring. Okay. Like seriously, one of a few times in my life I've ever got to use an actual murder board to figure something out. And that's what conventions are for. You and a whole bunch of your best friends that you didn't even know before that day, obsessing about all the things that you love. And I miss it. I miss it so much. Yes, it would. It would be so much fun. We have in the past recorded the panel for the podcast when it was all right with both the convention and the people in the room, because especially some of the more interactive ones, like you just like ask before you set up the equipment, like, do you mind if other people hear your voices? Like, is that okay with you? Because,
Yeah.
But, I think it would be a lot of fun. Especially at that convention, we would have to bring our own hotspot, because the hotel Wi-Fi is, let's get 5,000 very geeky people who all have their connected devices
Oh man.
on the network at one time.
They need
That internet's going nowhere.
They need a booster just for that one event.
Like it is hilarious. Like we do races where we will pick a subject and see whose phone can get the responses from Google first, because it's a fun drinking game. It really
The
is.
game
because
has downloaded.
all games that involve drinking are fun, but personal opinion: drink responsibly. But yeah. So we will see what happens with all that. Anywho, I am going to go into the other room and hang out with my husband because it's been a while. And yeah, we might end up just playing a game tonight. And I bet you can't guess what game he's already lobbying
Valheim?
for.
I already saw the notification on my computer. Brian's playing Valheim right now.
Oh yeah, he's the castle he's built. Oh my.
Ooh.
Oh
I like
my.
So I will give them credit. Their art is like
Yes.
on point.
See,
So-
I have always. Okay, so my goal with my urban fantasy setting,
It has 3
Is-
slots.
I love the art style. This is the first edition rulebook,
Ooh.
and I love the art style that they had back then. It's very black and white. It's very stippled, but like, I mean, it's pretty. It is so pretty. It is so well done, and it's kind of how I want my epic fantasy, my urban fantasy story to look, because I really, really like it. And
So I get to choose between a Bruja, a Ventru, and a Toreador.
for me, I would always pick the Toreador, but then again, I'm way too much. And the
I
hubby
do
would-
have 3 slots, so I could do all 3.
and the hubby would always pick the Bruja because have you met him? Like, and both of us would be actively trying to kill the Ventru because that's no.
I wish I need to eventually. I want to get the converter thingy so I can actually stream my Switch.
That would be cool.
Ooh, that would be cool.
So I'd actually be playing it on my computer and streaming it. Oh, did you fall asleep?
Hey, with the self-care, yay! I'm calling that full self-care. Like, you do a lot. You do a lot. You enjoy the sleep. All right. Does anybody have anything that they would like to say before we run off into the wild blue yonder?
Make sure you like my or follow my channel, because on the 29th I am having a 10-year anniversary for my lupus party thing going on at 5 p.m. Eastern. I don't know what time that is any other time. I haven't figured that out yet. I just know that it's going to be at 5 p.m. Eastern, but on the 29th. So be there or be square.
Cat has been lost to the land of the
Not-
squid.
I set it to the side. I'm Kat. I do things. I stream on Twitch at Cat Leo Writing. I also now on Thursdays at 3:30 Eastern am streaming with Glory for the Coffee Bunny Crafters Cafe, where we have this adorable icon. And you can buy that on my merch store at mushycat at redbubble.com. Please buy things. I need money. And not really. Eva was the first person to buy anything from my Redbubble store. And yeah, I'm writing a book, and apparently I'm writing 2 series now, plus a 3rd book. Oh gosh, wait, so that's 2 series and a standalone book.
You're going to be busy.
I don't know
for a
how many
while.
books are in the one series, but I know that the other one is a trilogy. Oh gosh.
And for anybody who has Clubhouse, apparently Tiffany Haddish just went live on Clubhouse
Oh man,
and is doing a thing right now
I
with
love
a
her.
bunch of people.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I
I'm
looked down at
jealous.
my phone. I'm like, I saw the Clubhouse thing, and then I saw Tiffany Haddish. And I'm like, wait, what?
So I
She's
tried
having
to
trouble
join
with me.
Clubhouse, but they told me that my phone is not the right type of phone, and I was
Oh,
so
no.
sad. They're like, you need to have an iPhone, and I'm like, well, of course, that's what it is.
Rude.
Yeah, they're still in beta, and I
Give me my Android.
I understand why people pick one or the other because it's hard to do both at the same time.
Yeah.
But yeah,
But it's not fair.
they should do the website at the same time though. I am saying any streaming service should also have a web component to it, and they should have a website version of it at the same time, because especially for just audience, like I understand maybe not make the creator tools available because that's a lot of work.
Yeah.
But you should be able to let people watch and get really excited about your product so that you can then monetize it, which is your end goal, right? Especially for things like that, because I got scared when I saw her name in an update. I was like, please tell me she didn't do something terrible. Like, every time I see a celebrity's name on my phone lately, it's because something bad has happened. No, she's just hanging out with some friends doing something on Clubhouse. So yay for that. Alrighty. Hi, my name's Charlie. I do too much. I am currently working on a serial for Kindle Vella that I'm hoping actually takes off because I love writing serials. I miss writing serials, and I would like to do that again and maybe make some of the monies from it, because there's a lot of places to do that for free, but not a lot of places to do that where you can potentially make the monies. And I like paying bills. I don't like paying bills, but I hate debt
I like being
collectors.
able to pay them.
Yes, I don't like debt collectors. So I'm hoping that it like takes off and like this can be a thing that I can do, because I'm very excited about that. I also launched a new channel which is called Wisdom's Cry, where I'm going to be talking about spirituality and offering meditations and stuff over there. One of the things I thought about doing is actually using the shorts feature and making little 1-minute meditations for that channel. That's one of the things that I was having trouble getting to upload in my dream last night that caused me to wake up with stress sweats. Because this is how my mind works now. But I thought about it. I was like, it's not like a deep meditation, but if you just need a break, like I could see, like there's actually a 1-minute meditation on my phone that I do every now and then just because I need to like step back for a minute. So that might be a thing that I'm going to do over there. If you think that's a good idea, do let me know, because I think that would be really a nifty thing to do.
Yeah.
I'm also going to, I've got everything going on. My links are down below. If you like what I'm doing, please, if you haven't already, subscribe. And even if you don't think that you're the kind of person that would eventually give to my Patreon, if you can think of some things that would be nice for tiers on there, let me know. That would be awesome, because I feel like I should give back to people and that I'm really, really crap about that. So that would be greatly appreciated. Alrighty. Until next time, as I always say, only if we work together can we stop Asian hate. Can we remind the idiots that do not believe that Black Lives Matter, that Black Lives Matter, and that trans lives matter, and that trans identities are magic, y'all. Like, I can't even begin to tell you. And by the way, new study out that, surprise, surprise, people who have gender reaffirmation surgeries have better psychological outcomes. Who would have thunk it? That thing that causes me emotional distress isn't there anymore, and now I feel better. Oh, I can't wait to hear how that gets twisted into something awful in the next couple weeks. Because turfs. Anywho, excuse me. Until we speak again, may you have the courage to ride your dreams into reality, and don't forget to have the fun. Bye.
Bye.